Well, hello everyone. And welcome back to something that I might have hinted on. Second live stream of 3D modeling. And we will try to make this sword. Give me a second, I give you a bigger picture of this. As usually we start with inspecting what we have. This was designed by one of the Discord members. Well, I know him with many names. I think Der Meister is the one that he is using on my YouTube stuff. He designed this sword and he gave me some lore about it, how it is about the knight sword, and it's like gold and decorated and all kinds of lettering around it and all kinds of things here that I'm not 100% sure I will be able to reproduce, but we will try. Ambition, honor, the lady, one of those things. This will be significantly harder to make than the previous one because it is having details that I can only sculpt, and I'm not too good with sculpting. But I tell you what, folks, we will try to make it, and we will see how that will work out. If I won't be able to squeeze it into one stream, I will make a part 2. I try not to make it too long. The sword itself, the shape itself of the sword is not too difficult. It's actually significantly easier than the previous one was. The hard part are the details, especially the ones on here, which I can't fully make out what should be. I know I see a stag here. I see something like an angel with a trumpet. And luckily for everyone involved, it seems to be mirrored, so we only need to make one part of it. I do not know, however, what the heck the rest is supposed to be. Is that like the leg of the angel and the wing and all that stuff? I kinda need to make a drawing of this. This also kinda looks like palm leaves or olive leaves and another sword. I don't know. This looks like someone had a good time designing it, but not with the intention of making it a 3D model. This here is also something that I'm not 100% sure I will be able to reproduce. But we will see how it will work. I think it could be not too hard to make it as a 3D model, but we will see how it will goes. I really don't know some parts of it. This one either. This looks like a bit bumpy. Also the image. The image is something that I definitely will need to design myself, but I'm not 100% sure if it will be in Blender. It will probably be in something else. Oh, Master Burns. Hello. Sorry, I'm not in Space Engineers today. I'm actually doing a 3D modeling stream in Blender.
I try to find your stream. No.
Oh, hang on. I will send it to you. It is...
Not on your game.
Yeah, I don't particularly advertise it because it's a channel that doesn't really have many things on it. Hang on, let me send you a message about it. And you can take a look. I'm making a sword for a dude on my Discord. He designed this with an intention that it will be a knight sword. He sent me some reference images, but I'm not 100% sure I can reproduce all of it at 100% accuracy.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean I will not try. I do like a challenge, and you're saying something.
Make the engravings on the model itself, or
yeah, that will need some 3D modeling and sculpting. And this is the dude he made the sword for, just for size reference. I am not 100% sure I will be able to make these dragons and yellow hats and whatever. But we will see how far we go in this. This is actually helpful that he sent me this other character design as well, because here I can actually see what those things in the corner are. Alright, let's get the small shapes done, and then we can worry about the engraving. Kinda. This is Blender 4.1, so I've not updated yet to the latest version. And I also forget what I learned after the last stream. Which is basically how to put it in the hand of a character. But we will make the magic happen as we go, as we usually do. Add image as reference. And then I need to find this, which I kind of forget already where I put. Hang on. I think on the... oh, it's actually on my desktop. I was very much trying to make it TTRPG sword. Yeah, this is the one. Some parts of it will be fairly easy, some parts of it will be less so. But I think, I don't know, I will see. The problem is I know every part of how to make this, but I also know how long it will take. Anyway, let's add... well, technically we can add the cube. That would make things a bit easier. The plane would work too, but the cube already has a dimension. You know what? Let's make it from a plane. I can make a cube from a plane easily, and the plane will be easier to shape. Yeah, I can probably scale this down, move this up here, and move it, well, roughly where it is. And then I need to change this to my regular select G, Z, Y, no, the other one, no, the other one, the other one. I think this is a fairly straight edge sword, right up until we get to around here. Oh. I'm not like 100% precise with it, but this should be fine. Yeah, and from here I will do an extrude Y, scale on the X. By the way, my screencast keys are in the bottom left. For easy follow. I think I should be able to kind of make it right up until Well, let's see what happens if I try to make it till there. That probably will not work right. So GY up until that point. Wait, what did I do? Oh no. G Z about there, and then we do another extrude, and then we will scale it in. And do another loop cut here. This is kind of a strange way to end the sword, but it is not ending in a fully pointy manner. Probably could have get away with something different, but I have to add another loop cut here. I have to make it a bit transparent so I can actually see where we are putting this. The problem is it kind of doesn't look like the right edge. Try to make it a bit more rounded as it is on the concept. And I do another extension up here. It will go into the hilt. I mean the guard. And then comes the easy part. Select all, extrude on Z and make it a 3D shape. This is a bit bulky, but I will work on that part. I just needed to have a shape. And what I will need, I actually need to cut it in half. And then side view. And then delete all the bottom vertices. Oh, I kind of need to do it in a see-through mode. X vertices. And we need to do a mirror. Hang on, add modifier, generate mirror. And I kind of need to have it generating on the Z. I just need to move these things together and set clipping. Right. Okay, this should work. This should be okay. And we only need to model one side of it. And then we'll apply the mirror and do the rest. But there's something here that I can only do at this phase. And that's this blood channel thing in it. Technically you don't need to do this. If it's a low poly sword you can do it in the high poly version. But I do want to have a little bit of this. It's roughly here. Up until this point. Oh, this definitely doesn't look symmetrical, is it? Hang on, I can probably just move this top middle point to make it look a bit more symmetrical. Although this one does look symmetrical. To be frank, this one looks good, so let me GG move these all on the X. Just a tad bit to the right, we'll see if that will solve my symmetry issue. I'm not too happy with this. Technically it is in the middle, but it looks like it isn't. I should mirror this too to make 100% sure. This one did not create a vertex here. That's not good. I specifically asked for a vertex here. Oh no. Join. Oh, it is not joining it for some reason. Then we will need to cut it. This will come handy later. These two. And probably this one. Need to go in a bit. Oh, I just noticed the mirror is not fully matching here. Oh, not that. G, Y. Huh. And it looks like it is though. Maybe it is just looking like this because the sword is not precise. And the image showing is as a gap. But it doesn't have a gap. Let me take a look at this. GY. Also, the image doesn't really show any edge, or does it? It does show some edge, okay. Then, that is actually making our job a bit easier. Yeah, we need to make another cut. Somewhere from here. Until this point, actually. Kinda. And another one from this one. Oh no, oh no, oh no. And there you go. I still be able to make this cut. Roughly there.
My PC is currently dying. I'm trying to resolve that. I will quit Discord for the time.
Oh.
Back later.
Alrighty.
Yeah. CPU is at 100% without anything open.
That's not supposed to be. Try a restart and see if that will help anything.
That's what I will do, but I'm thinking about ransomware or something else like that.
Oh no.
Maybe I will not come back and need to reinstall my Windows.
Well, also try antivirus software.
Yeah, Malwarebytes is trying to scan, but cannot scan anything because it doesn't get any chance to use a CPU. So I will first try to get a restart.
I hope it gets resolved.
Yeah, if not, I will just reinstall everything and we'll be back.
Fun times.
Yeah.
Alright, while he is doing his reinstall, I also continue with this. Actually, technically these, well, maybe not these. Let me first just move these closer together. GY0. Well, not actually 0, hang on. GY. We need to make it that way close to each other. And then we can work a bit more on this part. But technically, hang on, let me try making this. Yeah, that doesn't look good. But if I deselect those, move these down to a reasonable level, then we can select the remaining 4 GY. And then these two should go GY. Well, almost 0, but I take 0 at this point. Try to make it actually look like a sword a bit. I'm thinking that maybe these two should be coming closer together. Although, the problem is to keep the shape. I might need to move this a bit closer in. Yeah, this actually works, moving in these two. because you have an additional vertex in the middle. Scale on the X. Apologies, my throat is getting a bit dry. Scale X. Yeah, this is roughly where I wanted to take this. This might be a bit too aggressive of a move. Scale on the X. This is an N-gon, this is why it is looking so weird. What if not that, but this would be joined? Yeah, my problem is that this is... Oh, this is the other side. Oh, never mind. This is why it is looking so weird. Because these ones here actually supposed to go down. GY 0. Now it is not that big of an issue, now is it? I almost missed half of my edge. Yeah, we can work a bit more on the precision when we are making the high poly version of this. But overall, I think this is okay for an edge. And don't mind the inscriptions, that will also come in the high poly version. Hang on, I probably should remove myself from Discord just in case. I was putting myself there because I thought Bossman will be there, but I kind of postponed this stream so many times that I am not even surprised that he is not even close to being here. Let's make this an edge with the precise naming. Technically this is edge low poly, and we can hide it in a collection low poly, and then we can just hide whatever we don't need, and we can move on to the gut low poly. This is fairly easy, much easier than the other ones were. But I don't have like a side view, so I don't know how thick this part is. This looks fairly well shaped. Add mesh plane. Moving it in the middle. How should we do this? It definitely needs a mirror in the middle. So I need to add a loop cut in the middle. Delete the other two vertices. And then add the mirror generate mirror, and it automatically knows where to put it. That is nice. So now we only need to worry about moving it in the right position, which, let's say, will probably be here. Oh no, I have to add clipping to move it precisely where we want to. And do an X. Oh boy, that was not good. Oh no. Oh no. There you go, just these two vertices. And I can extrude it roughly there. And I'm not worried about the bottom part, we can definitely get into this mode. And I can just move it wherever I need them to be. I think it looks like the image was cut off from here, so let me go with my gut, which says this should be somewhere here. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So if you mirror it in the middle, it looks like the image is tilted by a few degrees. So whatever looks precise here is not looking precise on the other side. My throat is killing me. 1 second. Well, let me hydrate as well. And then I take off this mirroring. So we can actually see. So I think it is fairly easy. So you can just select all, extrude up. You get like something like a piece of a shape. And this precisely needs to be a bit more refined. And one additional thing I will do to this, I will do another mirror on this side. Because you definitely need to mirror that inscription, not inscription, the sculpting on the other side of it. So I can go into X-ray mode, cut off the bottom. And then we do a mirror, adding another mirror, generate mirror. And it will be a mirror on the Y with clipping. Hang on, what did I do? Everything I do should have clipping. Alright, then we're moving it down, GY, wherever they clip, this should be fine for me. This is just a low poly version, so I'm not worried too much about the details. You might need to smooth these out, smooth by angle. Yeah, this should be kind of okay. So this is like not that intricate of a shape as far as I can tell from the image. This looks like a precise shape, not really deviating from it. Give me a second, let me see if I can find any examples of this. I'm looking at some examples on Google. None of them really shows the angle that I'm looking for. This might shows it, so you can see it on this picture. If you look at it, that it is just a triangular shape. Well, not triangular, but a square shape thing. So it is not too decorative as far as I know. Oh, here in this angle. I was looking at the wrong side of the picture, wrong part. Yeah, so here you can see this is a fairly simple shape, the guard, if you look at it in 3D. The only thing with this one is that it's more going in here and more, it has the decorative part and it's a bit more angled. But this is what I'm talking about, that the side view would be a bit different. And one thing that I noticed here that you might also add, that the middle of the guard is kind of going up a bit in the middle. So we might need to do that one. This is actually fairly close to what we kind of need to make, because this is having the same blood channel in the middle and having the same not exactly pointy end of it. The only thing is that ours have a thing on it in the middle, a carving. I keep this on the side just in case we would need it. But with all that, I think this should be a fine low poly version. We can refine it later if we need to. Get renamed, boy. Where is my rename? I'm in layout object mode and I cannot rename this thing. Oh, there it is. Guard. Ah, freaking caps lock. I got a new keyboard. So it is actually having a jolly good time mistyping everything that I try to type in. This one looks to me like a round handle. Relatively round. I'm not too sure about these gold and inlay things, but we'll figure something out when we get there. This looks to me as a cylinder. And in terms of quality, let's make it a 12 side. That should be the good point. Let me scroll this down. And we need to also rotate it by 90 degrees. On the X. And we do a G scale roughly there. Roughly. Then we go into edit mode, X-ray mode, select all this, G, Y up until here. Then we do an extrude kinda until here. We will scale it a bit up. And then another extrude into the handle. Precisely on this axis. And then we can do a loop cut in the middle, scaling it up. It might need another one here, scaling it up, and another one here, scaling it up. Might wanna do, just in case, a bit of a scaling on this one. I think it looks better if it is closer to that. This might need to be a bit more squashed down. I'm not sure it will fit into the things that we want. Let's do a scale Y only. Kinda make it a bit of an oval shape. And we will see how that goes into the handle eventually. And we will do a smoothing by edge. Technically we could also solve this by cutting it in half and mirroring it on the bottom side. But I'm feeling generous with the UVs. We'll work on this more later. For the moment this will be our handle. And we move it into low poly collection so we don't need to. It will not bother our view for the pommel. Oh. This almost looks like Latin inscription on the guard, but I'm honest with you, I don't. This looks like ZIG or Zigt. This looks like Muligis or something like that. It says MVLLIGIZ. So Zigilum. Is that a Latin word? Hang on. ChatGPT, my good friend. I am working on a medieval sword, and the concept I got has an inscription on the pommel that kinda looks like Zigilv. Is that mean anything, or there anything close to that? Probably Latin. Latin word sigillum, which translates to seal or signets. Okay. I probably won't be able to make it out, but let me drop it, the picture of it. Check the pommel and see if you can decipher the other side of it. Luckily you can upload pictures to ChatGPT and they will actually figure out something based on OCR and everything. Zoom in on the pommel, enhance details to identify text or symbols. Let me know if you need any further adjustment or analysis. I'm quite curious what that will be bringing us. Well, this is the output of it. He found a sigillum, but I was precisely wanted to look at the other side of it, which it was not able to understand. That's alright. We will figure something out. For the moment, this looks like another cylinder, and I will need to shape it a bit more. Add mesh cylinder, same shape as before, scaling it down. Roughly there. I make it see-through because I kinda need to scale it more on the Z. It will be something like this. So as I made it in the previous video, the pommel is kind of the counterbalance of the sword. And we need to put something there. Hang on. Let me put back in the see-through mode. And we will do an in setting on it. Right until kind of this point. And we'll do a extrude Y. No, it will be an extrude and scale on the Z. So that will move actually it a bit closer. This will be fairly close to what you want to do. Of course it needs to have a shade smooth by angle, which you need to angle a bit more. Yeah, so this will be kind of okay. You kind of need to work on that smoothing angling, but this is kind of good. And if I move this, I need to rename it as a pommel and move it into the LP collection. Actually, I need to rename all of this. Guard, LP, handle LP. And pommel LP. Yeah, and if I enable this, you can see that we kind of have a shape of it. The one thing that let me hide this reference just a bit. Alright, so we are getting there. This is fairly okay, but I think the guard will need to be a bit more. Let me get in this one, select the vertices, get the top ones, and then GUI. Maybe a bit more. Yeah, I think the handle is not straight in the middle of it, but that's not something I'm too worried about. This should be good now. The only thing is that I kind of need to... I need to give it that thing. These inner ones needs to go down a bit. And these most inner ones needs to go down even more. Kind of wanna make this like that. Yeah, this is kind of the shape that I was thinking about. Let me add some quick colors to it that we will need to delete. Where is my reference image? Hang on, let me drag this over to my other monitor. And then we know that this should be something like a... how should I edit? Texture, new slot, new material. And it should be somewhere in the goldish region. Because this will almost look like brass. Material preview, this is what I'm looking about. Metallic to the max. Because it's golden metal-ish. I might need to make it a bit more closer to yellow. Yeah, the edge of it, this will have a new material that will be kind of like darker metal. With roughness for the edge. I need to work on the smoothing groups for that. The handle, I just probably make it as black. With less roughness. Like, the point of this is not to make the exact precise thing, but to kind of represent the rough shape of it, so I have a better idea how it will look. Okay, we are getting there. And for this, oof, this should be fairly easy to make, kinda. This will, it will have a, we can make the shaft for it, or how do you say this one, where you store the sword, the sheath. But the thing is, this will need to be imported separately into the game engine. Because you kinda, that's a thing that will take more to implement in the game. If you import it as one model, the engine will put the sheath next to the sword when you are giving it to the hand of a character. Right, it should be fairly okay with this for the moment as a low poly. Let me kind of make this a smooth by angle on this. I think it roughly does what we want it to. So this will be our low poly model. I'm quite okay with this. Because the details are coming from sculpting. And that will be the bulk of the video today. Let me sit in a better comfy position for that. Alright, first off, I will take this collection and I duplicate it. Duplicate collection, and we name this high poly. We hide the low poly version, and we can will be able to sculpt with this. Let me make a duplicate of this. And yeah, that should be fine there. I hide this, and then I kind of wanted to move it out to the side without moving the precision. This font, well, this is the thing that we kind of need to add to this, but what kind of font is this one? It kind of looks like not fitting. It looks like a modern font. I don't think this would work well on a medieval sword. Let me off screen try to find a font that is kind of similar. There are multiple cursive fonts. I usually use the font for this, and it is kind of give you a version of it, and you can specifically look for medieval fonts. I want something that is not too decorative, so you can still read it. The problem is all medieval fonts here are kind of trying to imitate a codex inscription, because this is mostly for title fonts, not like writing fonts. There are writing fonts as well, but these are kind of title fonts. This one, King Arthur Legend. This okay. This looks fine-ish. I keep this as a maybe. Let me see if we have something that would be a bit more readable. Ambition Honor Lady. They're very decorative. They're more decorative than this one would probably. We might use some of these at the Pommel, because that look to have like a more robust traditional medieval font. But for the guard, kinda Hang on, let me quickly do a thing here. Knight, sword. And we wanted the blade inscription. Give me some form of an image. And so it is kind of done in a poopy way. And this is also like printed almost. This is definitely not handmade. This one is done in a medieval font, but this is also printed or CNC'd. This one might have been. Well, this is also looks chiseled. I can look for similar examples, but technically you can do whichever. But if you are trying for precision, I mean, not precision, but kind of accuracy. Oh, this is... Fecus Moreare et Honore. Kind of. This is kind of close to what we are aiming for, but it is not with a modern font either. Kind of want to find a similar example that has inscription also with a modern font, just to see how it actually looks, or was there even a version of a sort that is having modern inscriptions, I mean inscriptions with a modern font. It kind of defeats the purpose of it, isn't it? Yeah, this one looks handmade, kinda, but it's also not a font. Well, alright, let's just say that why don't we go anywhere more towards the modern, because that is nothing manuscripts. So this is what I'm talking about. So all of the medieval fonts that are on here are using manuscripts. Fette Traumdeutsch, Ambition on the Lady. And this is kind of okay, but still a bit less readable than what I'm imagining. The thing is, it needs to be kind of a thick font and readable. Because what we will do with it is... This is definitely like a handwritten font, not the... Not close to that one. I don't want to make it too medievally, because then it will lose this quality of it. So I want to try something which is kind of medieval, but also not like manuscript and something else. Sorry, this is the kind of the part of the video that I normally cut out when I'm trying to figure out something like this. But alas, this is a live stream, so you folks have to endure. I also did a typo on it. It doesn't matter. This kind of looks alrighty. Keep it as a possible. Banner graphic. Arch King. None of this. None of this is the kind of font that I'm looking for. All decorative. No function. I might need to look for like generic fonts. Helm. This looks like kind of like the thing. Not precisely. I'm looking for something with a simple A. This one. Wendell. This is readable, this is medievalish. Not precisely this font, but we will see how it will look. I kind of a bit torn between keeping up the concept art and making it medieval. Anyway, this should be fine. Let me kinda... Let me get this. And I pull this over here to, in case we need it later. And then off screen, I wanna extract all. And then we are installing it. One installed. This true type font came with 20 variations. This one is strike through. V2C, V2E, V2EI, V2. Okay, this one looks good. Überholm V2. And let's see, let's try something. Add text. And I think you can kind of tab at it. And you can just say ambition, honor, the lady. It kind of looks like it is using do it, do it. And we need to set the font for this. Text, transform, relations, collections, instancing, visibility. And this is not helping me at all. I'm sorry, I kind of lost here because Blender moved this thing away from the very obvious place for some very not obvious reason. I know you should be able to change the font somewhere on the side. And these are the text properties, but I can't see any way to change the font. What the heck are the fonts for this? Motion. How is this not? Oh, there it is. It has its own menu. Damn it. Just noticed it. Top baseline, shape, text, geometry. We don't need that. Font. That's what we need. We kind of need it to have. And it was. What the heck was that font called? It was called Überholst. I have quite a lot of fonts. Which I don't see here. Oof, I might need to do a refresh for it. Like a restart of Blender. Wait, how is that so? It should be Uber V. We should put it somewhere here and I don't see it. I installed another font that I don't see. And that was Vandal01. I definitely don't see Vendel here. For heck's sake. Hang on. Desktop. TTRPG sword. I think it was Uberholm. The non-strike. Regular. That's the one I wanted. And we kinda need to make it vertical if I ever figure out how. Size. Okay. Size is not a problem. Shear. That kinda needs to be the default. Object font, font curve, underline, small caps. Oh, horizontal. Oh, that's alignment. You can kind of make it like this, but there should be a more precise way of doing it. To turn it. We kind of need to make the text here in Blender because what we will do is, let me give you a preview, that I will kind of make this an object and then I do an extrusion, and that will be basically the boolean that we will cut the inscription out of. But for that I need to figure out how to make this a vertical text in Blender. Text on curve. Underline thickness. None of this is actually working. Oh yeah, that was the shear that I set to 0. Resolution 4. Alignment. That's what I probably should look at, right? Horizontal alignment from the object center. This is just like moving it around. It is not actually. Line spacing. Word spacing, okay. Character spacing. Offset, no. Well, the best I can do is just and then we will say word spacing, no. Line spacing, yeah, like this. And we kind of need to scale it a bit up. Oh, come on. Stop. Scale. Move. And this is kinda it. It is just not the right font. But if I put it above it, you can barely tell. That's a joke, you can probably tell. So you kind of need to change the font. I kind of don't like these medieval font on it. I think it would not make a good cutout. So you kind of need to go with something else. But for that I kind of need to figure out where... Oh, there are my fonts. Arial narrow. And let me put it as center. Kind of want to find the right font for it, but Blender is an absolutely shit tool for that. So let me get in somewhere a bit better presented. Which we will definitely need to use more than once during today's stream. And that would be a graphic design software. Yeah, kind of like this. And now we just need to kind of change the font until we actually see something that would be okay. Something that is not super modern, readable. Would only empty. This kind of looks like a little bit of it. This looks like more like a newspaper thing. This one, Book Antiqua. I think I kind of need a narrow font. Does this Book Antiqua has a... It has a bold one. I kind of need a narrow one. Bookman style. This is actually pretty close to the concept art, which I will probably should put in here. Oh, come on, work. Yeah, but you see here, this is a narrow font, so we kind of need to find a narrow. If you look at the D here, there's a significant difference between how it is displayed. I have to move this out of the way so I can click in it. Do I have something that has Narrow. I don't have any narrow font. Callisto MT. Comic Sans. That would be the nice one. Imagine the guy's face if I would put the Ambition, Honor and Lady in a Comic Sans font on the sword. That would take all the edge out. Is this 2x font have a... Ah, this is too modern. Fake styling, no. Footlight MT. This is getting closer, but this is still not... Franklin Gothic medium. This is kind of good, it is just not Gothic enough. Garamond. This is getting there. This Garamond is similar, but it doesn't have a narrow variant. But yeah, the letters in this one is actually getting pretty close. I might use this one, this Garamond, because this is the closest that I've got to it. And after that, I just, when it's an object, I can probably move it. Georgia. Okay, this Georgia font is also pretty familiar. So it's either Garamond or Georgia. Let me move this over here. And we are looking for Garamond or Georgia. Georgia Bold. Garamond. Georgia Regular. Yeah. And then when this one is here, I can kinda tab out, look at it as an object. And we can scale it on the X, I think. And look at that. We have our almost close as it can get font. It might need to be a bit more scaled. Also, one issue that I noticed this, if you ever watch this, Der Meister, the guy who kinda gave this to us, the US didn't have medieval knights. What I'm saying here, I think this is supposed to be Ono-ur, as in honor, with the English writing, not with the US writing. But who am I to argue? Just a guy making a 3D model. Alright, GY. And I think it only needs, the inscription only needs to be on one side. So let me first off apply the mirror. Then we get to our text and we are converting it to 3D objects. Convert to mesh. And then we are entering, selecting all, extruding on the Z. Yeah, this is good. This is acceptable. It might not yield the best result, but that should be fine. All this can be moved GY into the sword. And if I'm all correct, we can do a boolean, edit, generate boolean, and we will cut out with this object. Oh, I think, no, okay, we are still here. Before we do that, I kind of want to do one thing that we forgot so far. I'm saving this. Because Blender can crash when we start doing this kind of advanced stuff, and I kind of don't want it to. What if I hide the text now? It is not cut out. Shit! Hang on. Object. Text. Oh, there you go. And we booleaned the inscription into it. It's a bit too precise for our taste, but I don't really know how to make it more fuzzy. So it will be like this. Whenever we bake the texture, that should kind of solve our issues. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Blender is not having a good day. Oh no. Alright, I am applying this boolean. I know this is Blender being a bit slow, but I'm okay with this. This should be fine. The only thing is that we kind of need to make the outer edge of this, I think, which will be this one and this one. Make it a sharp edge. Oh no, what the heck did we select here? I want these edges to be hard. And these edges to not be, I think. Also, I don't think I want these to be sharp. And I want the edge, the actual edge of the sword. We probably want that to be sharp, do we? No, not seam as a sharp. Which means this one, this one, this one. Mark sharp. Mark sharp. And this one also marked sharp. We're getting there. Oof. And here comes the hard part. I need to sit up in my chair. Even that might not be enough. Right, I'm hiding the edge. And the guard and the pommel. I want to deal with the handle. No, not the handle. The guard. This one still has the mirrors on it, I think. And what we will do to it might shock you. Alright, let me get in this mode. And then we probably need to check, and kind of will need to do sculpting on this. I'm not sure which of these mirrors we will need to apply before we can sculpt, but give me a sec. We will, because I think wherever it is creating subdivisions, it will create a mess at the edge of the mirror. So we might need to like fully apply the mirrors before start sculpting, and then sculpt with mirrors. I mean, mirror sculpt. Like sculpting also has a mirror mode. Alright. No time like the present. First off, we will need to make a subdivision. Well, not subdivision, but kind of like a we need to make, was it Control R or Control Shift R? Hang on, selected object, and what we need is hang on. Was it Shift R or Control Shift R or Control Alt? Hang on. There's a retopology in Blender, but I have sculpted like a year ago or more. Object mode, sculpt mode. And what we need here is not Dynatopo, but remeshing. And I need to remesh it to 0.7. That looks too good to me. Oh, and Blender crashed. Thank you, Blender, for your service. Never imagined the software being this shite. Oh, and it managed to poop itself right before we did the thing. And that means that we also don't have our edge selection. Let me quickly do that. mark as sharp. And I think, I'm not sure how I did it, but I think these two were not sharp. And these were sharp. Yes, I'm saving that. Hiding this. Keeping only the guard. And then we go to sculpting mode. We'll do a save. We are selecting the guard and doing a remesh. Let's try 0.16 then. It did not work. It does not do anything. And this one doesn't have enough topology. So what I need to do is I need to go to modifiers. And I need to go there in layout mode. And we need to apply all the modifiers, otherwise it will not work. And then, you know what? Before we do that, I actually want to duplicate this and hide the other one. You never know when we will need to get back to it. And now I'm applying all the modifiers, the mirrors, going into sculpting mode. Zoom is a bit wonky. And we are remeshing it to 0.15. Okay. This kind of worked. This is what we wanted, sort of. I don't want the edges, but let me get my pen tablet ready. And then we can start doing things. I can smooth this out a bit. Hang on, one thing that I did not do and I kind of wanted to is mirror on the Y. No. Mirror on X. Yes, that's the one I want. This is what I'm talking about with the mirroring. Right, so what we kinda need is a draw sharp. And I kinda need to draw the edge of this here. This is hand painting work, which I have not done in years. But we are kinda getting there. I'm feeling quite okay about this so far. This is actually a good way to do it, because in medieval times, when whoever the heck was doing this, they were doing it somewhat similarly. They probably had tools to make sure that this is like the exact edge from where we want it to be. Hang on. One thing that I forgot to do is, let me pull this back. Then I can pull this back. Oh yeah, I can. Oh no, oh no, that's all I could pull back. Freaking Blender. Edit, preferences, editing. I'm sorry, I need to figure out the part where Blender is saving more than 2 of my edits. I know they have a setting of how many things you can put back. And it should be in editing. Which no longer is. Input, navigation, key map, system, undo steps. Boy, are you idiot? 32 steps. Make it oh wait, did I save it? No, it saved automatically, right. Because right now I actually messed this up a little bit. I need to smooth this line out. And I need to make sure that I'm mirroring on the Z as well. Bleh. Okay. Alright, and now we can start a bit of a work here. First off, let me smooth this on both edges, because this will look moderately bad in high polything. I kind of want to keep the middle one there, but I'm taking this one with me. This one needs a bit more smoothing. Okay, this works. And now we can do a sharp draw with a bit of a more, with a smaller brush size. And probably from the top. Yeah, I can't draw straight line down. But as mentioned, it's not a problem that it's a freestyle. The medieval masters were also doing it freestyle. You kind of need to make the motifs. Hang on, let me kind of move this. Oh no, hang on. I need to be in a different mode for it. I also need to save. Kind of move it above it so I actually see what we are doing. Right, so Angel with the trumpet. Sculpt mode. Good morning, Serenity. How is life? Look at the other type of engineering that I'm doing. Yes, roughly here. You know what? I'm an idiot. I can actually move this object mode G, Y, Z, kind of under this G, Z, Y, G something, and I can make this 3 through. Let me select meeting, go back to sculpt mode, and then we make it semi-transparent so we can kind of trace the angels, kind of. We can do more precision, but we are just kind of winging it. I'm tracing around this ugly ass angel. Holding his stuff with his robe. This will definitely be. It also has some sort of a thing on his belt. And this is his leg. I don't know what the heck is this. I'm just putting. It looks like a scroll of some sort. I don't know what this triangle is, but we'll make something out of it. I also don't know what this boop is, but I think we can make it something like a cloud. I don't know what that is. It's supposed to be his hand grabbing the trumpet. This is this other hand, because he's kind of two-hand grabbing the trumpet, as the medieval guys said. And you can make the trumpet like this. And it doesn't look like I'm actually doing something, but I am, believe me. And you will see it eventually. I don't know what this is. But this is supposed to be the stag. We give a stag a staggering backside. tracing around this a little bit, and this will actually show up on the 3D thing, and we can kind of emphasize it. This is the back of the stag, the head of the stag. Kind of looks like a reindeer, not a majestic stag. But I'm taking it. The medieval masters could do it better, but we are neither medieval nor master. And how we indicate that it is a stag other than antlers. I don't know what these bulbs things are, but I think there's supposed to be like a straight line going here through the stag that will form this sword. And carving it, we are going to need a coffee. Tell me about it. I was supposed to have started this stream at 1 o'clock, and I started it at almost 3. I was barely able to stay asleep. I mean, stay awake after I woke up. So there's a sword here, which I don't really know the shape of, because it doesn't kind of look like a sword. There are also these bulbous things here, which we might even need to make like a leaf, which is like a very precise motif. And these things here, I think they might be, or they're supposed to be something like an acanthus leaf or something like this. And in the middle of all that, there's supposed to be a shape, which I actually need to exaggerate a bit. This is where the thing will be, but not precisely. This is the thing that we will basically need to texture paint. Yeah, because it's not precisely in the middle. That's my bad. My bad. Let me look around a bit in this one. Okay, and now we can kind of take off the X-ray to see. So this is what I did so far, which is neither here nor there, but we are getting it, because now we can start working a little bit more. We'll make it an angel with boobs. We can do a bit more precision now into it, now that the outline was done. I can actually make this a bit bigger. That will give it a better impact. Love watching details came out. Reminds you of sketching. Nice. Yeah, I kinda. But the problem is the thing I'm making this from is not exactly precise. But we are doing our best to represent some of it. This might look a bit ugly by the time I finish with it. Try to make something like a cloud layer here, symbolizing that the angel is coming down from the clouds. This section I'm not too happy about. I might try to put some motif in the corner, restyling it a little bit. I wanted to point out the audio is normal. I don't know what this music is, but it's very fitting. Balance is excellent. Right, thank you very much. It's Latin music from Epidemics and precisely flamenco, mambo, and cha-cha-cha. I kind of do this with most of my 3D modeling streams. Oh, this looks like a school. Kind of need to do some better job at this. Hmm. I always loved how much could push and pull textures and depths, light and dark. You should make this Serenity, not me. I I'm actually not particularly good with sculpting. I never was. This is why I was not really good with actually making realistic characters or characters at all in 3D modeling. Because that needs the kind of precision that I don't have. For here, I think I kind of wanted to make some form of a leafy motif around the thing. For that, I can need a bit of a smaller brush and a kind of a bigger strength. And it looks like I'm sculpting a hemorrhoid. But believe me, this is meant to be a leaf. Yeah. The antlers are not anatomically precise, but we will call it a stag anyway. And I should have some QR code inflate somewhere. When I'm actually saving before it crashes again. Not rotate, nudge, pose, elastic platform, grab, pitch, scrape. We will use scrape a bit. Flatten, smooth, inflate. That's the one. Yeah, not too big, but I kind of wanna give a bit of an inflation to the deer and things that's supposed to come out a bit more. Because how this was done was basically they were hammering it here at the edge and they were basically pushing the material up. So whatever's supposed to be 3D in it is kind of above the surface a bit, if it makes sense. I make the trumpet also a bit 3D. And there was another here that we could use, I think. Crease. And I think the crease what the crease supposed to be doing is basically pulling the edges of an edge closer to each other, so making the sharp thing a bit more sharper. Perhaps we should do a bit more hand sculpting on that. I think we're getting there. Yeah, I kind of need to sculpt this part here as well. The other side should be exactly the same, so that should be okay. I'm nothing too concerned about it. But we need to make some of these edges a bit more smooth. And that's why we have the scrape. Or that's why we're supposed to have the scrape. This doesn't look particularly good. Oh geez, I don't want flattened, I want scrape. This one. That's why it was not working. All these hard edges can be kind of smoothed out. Alright, I can ask for a bit more cuts in here. Let me reduce the strength. Just for details. I wish I would have a more precise hand. The inner side I need to do something with. Right. I think I'm kind of done with this. My sculpting skills are not particularly good, so I'm kind of looking like a medieval peasant here, but maybe I add more details here, but other than that, I'm kind of bummed out when it comes to details. Looks like the angel is smoking a gigantic joint. Anything more would just ruin it. Hopefully this will not be studied in detail in the future. But for what it is, I think it should work. I think. Let me put this one down, and we kind of need to make the hilt high poly and the other one too. Let me get back to layout. And this will be guard high poly. And we don't need it. And we need a healed high poly. Oh, handle high poly, sorry. Yeah, what? Hang on for a wee second. Guard high poly. Okay. Edge. Oh, this is supposed to be the edge high poly. And the high poly, that's the next thing we will do. And text. It seems to me that the edge. Heck is this? Guard low poly number 2. Okay. The edge. Oh, I think we messed up the edge a bit. So the edge low poly was kind of looped in when we were sculpting and it was messing with the thing, but this is why. Wait, where the heck is our low poly collection? Oh no, I might have messed it up. I made a separate collection for low poly objects and I kind of messed it up, it seems. Let me show everything that I have here. Right, so handle, pommel, guard high poly. Yeah, and guard low poly. Yeah, so this one, the low poly, should go into a collection called low poly. I duplicated the things. Handle high poly. That's basically, I need to duplicate this too. And move it into low poly. Also need to rename it. Handle low poly. Okay. Text. This belongs to high poly. Pommel low poly. Yeah, this is when need to duplicate. Move to low poly. Pommel low poly. What do you mean 002? I already have a pommel low poly. This needs to be high poly. And then this can be the low poly it always meant to be. Pommel, handle, guard. And that's the thing that we messed up. The edge. Low poly. Shit. Hang on. Blender did create Never mind, Blender did not create a low poly version of this. And the save is not is incremental. Shit. Or should I fix this? But technically making the edge was not particularly a big whoop. But I need to recreate the low poly edge because we accidentally overwritten it. And when we scoped it, it was basically remeshing it to this bullshit. This is why you create multiple things, but my collection failed. This is not a collection, so... Why is this in high poly? Oh, jeez, Louise. Edge low poly. No, hang on. Hang on, there's something here. There it is, my edge low poly. It was in the collection. I'm not an idiot after all. It is Blender, what is shit. Collection low poly. And the high poly also needs to be in collection. This is what I need. Guard handle and everything else low poly should be in low poly. Some of them might be a duplicate, but I'd rather have 10 things as a duplicate than missing one that I need to recreate. Handle low poly, pommel low poly, guard low poly, and edge low poly. Okay, okay, okay. Not perfect, but we can work with this. I can actually shift D, duplicate this and move it to the collection high poly. And then we can remove everything that is high poly. And this is the only thing that we need to recreate. The only thing that we need to recreate is... Basically I need to delete this edge low poly here. And we need to enable the text. And I need to do another boolean cut, which Blender really liked. Unfortunately, I kinda cannot. I need to apply the mirror before I do that. Apply mirror, add generate boolean from the object called text. Blender will think about it a bit, and if it is not crashing, we should be good. I'm applying this because for some reason this is an extraordinary task. I just blame Blender for it. And when I hide the text, we have an engraving, which is a bit too high poly for what we need, but that's alright. The thing that we need to do here is I need to make the edges precise. Make this edge and this edge sharp, this edge and this edge sharp. And I need to fix the front again. This, that. And this, that, and that should be sharp. And hang on, getting bombarded by things. This one should be sharp. These two should be not sharp. Technically then these two should be sharp too. So that edge is actually going in there. And this will be kind of our high poly thing. I'm not really sure how this one will look like when we will bake it. I already see some issues with it, this namely. But since it is not actually hang on. Yeah, no, sorry for the ping. I don't even want to open it because I'm not really sure which screen it will open on. And that ping was my personal Gmail account, which I prefer not to dox if I can help it. Hang on, can we do like a... First of all, do a save and then shade smooth by angle. Shade smooth by angle, and that angle should be a bit more. Oh, come on, it's 180 degrees and it is still not doing it. Oh, there it is, kinda. The problem is it is sooner smoothing the middle of it than everything else. Oh yeah, the bottom side of the sword was not done at all. Hang on. These definitely don't need to be sharp. And I think this one also doesn't need to be sharp, is it? It does. Oh, hang on. This is not right. These definitely don't need to be sharp. These two I can accept as sharp if it looks good. Mark sharp. Yeah, this is not the one thing, so I think these two clear sharp. These two clear sharp. And now it is actually kind of working. Alright, Control S. This will be our high poly. I don't know what to do with this. I need to figure out a better way to do it. Yeah, my A is not centered in the middle. You know what I need to do? I need to do a cut from the top of the A to here. And that should remove it. Yeah. I am the genius. Except now it appeared on the other side. Wait. Looks like it is coming from there. I'm sorry, this is not exactly the most precise thing. Kinda looks like this one has an issue with it. What if I join these two? It gets worse. Wouldn't actually mind it if it would be like this one and this one. Let's join those. And then take this one and that one and join those two. So at least it would be symmetrical. I can sell this as that's how the blade is going up. I mean that, and that I can do is I can kind of raise this a little bit, and that will be okay. Not even that. Hang on, I'm selecting this one and that one, and then I'm scaling on the Y. And yeah, that's how the blood channel will go inside there. Isn't it Dermeister? Yeah, this is the Dermeister sword. And Dermeister is missing from actually watching me make it. Alright, Ctrl S. Never forget to save. Edge, low poly. No, this is not the low poly. This is edge, high poly. Guard, high poly. Okay. Handle, high poly. That's the one thing next I wanted to work on. And then pommel, high poly. That's the two things we need to do. And after that we can start making it into things. I might even need to do some texture painting at the end of it to approximate the result. Right, so the thing with this is, if I enable that and enable see-through mode, then it kind of shows that it kind of looks like very thin strips where there is some golden inlay for it. How to do this, how to do this. Because this is not a precise thing, so I can't really make it a 3D model. What I can do is I can sculpt this one too, a little bit. Yeah, I can sculpt this. Handle high poly. Do we have a handle low poly? We do. So this will be handle low, handle high poly. It should be just a standard cylinder, so it should be okay with going to sculpting mode. And then object mode, select object mode, sculpt mode, remesh. Let's say remesh to 0.26. Okay. I have to smooth this out a bit before we can do anything with it. These edges will not look good on anything. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to add Y. And back with the X. No, this is not symmetrical on X, so I shouldn't. What about Z? Oh, it's not symmetrical on Z either. Okay. So just Y. I'm okay with just Y. I can actually hide this one. So I can see that there is one more edge that I have not even seen yet. I can still see the lines on it, but I guess that's the maximum we can make it. I can smooth this around for another half an hour, but the thing is, I don't think it will actually show. Here comes the tricky part. There's an adding sculpt part, which is clay strips. I'm not 100% sure how big I need to go with this, but let's see. Yeah, this is kind of working. It just kind of needs to have the edges a bit gold trimmed, and I think it should work. Let me double check the reference. No, it's not exact, but it's a close approximation. I can do the rest with hand painting at the end. Oh no. Oh, there you go. My mouse was not working. Right, and this shape at the end, I think it kind of looks like a medallion. Not guard, I need a pommel high poly. That's the one. So, what I think it is, hang on, let me do a bit of a... There is actually something that I need to do on the low poly as well. Namely, I need to select these edges. Wait, is this... Oh, it is not having a mirror, hang on. Then why the heck can I select this bottom edge? Oh, there you go. And then I move it GY... No, GZ. No, I'm scaling it on Z. Yeah, it's kind of like this. So the edge of it is a bit inside. And you kind of need to make that funky shape. This, I think it's kind of like a leaf. There's a specific name for it, and I don't really know it. Well, you know what? I kind of know how to do it, but I only know to do it in the... in a very rudimentary way. There are probably better ways to do this, but I do what I can. Make it see through. Making the shape out of a plane. And I'm making this shape too. Kinda. And what I need to do is I need to cut this in half. X vertices. And there's one here, hang on. A F3 merge by distance. That should remove a few. And then I'm adding a mirror. And we need clipping. This kind of covers it. And the thing that I wanted to do is I'm going to add another slice in the middle. And this one should join in. And this one should join with this. And I need to do the same with this one. Because this is technically a leaf and this is supposed to be like 3D. And how we can do that is we can basically select this. Hang on, we can select this entire inner thing and that entire inner thing, and then we do a GZ to raise it, kinda. And then we get out of here and we do add the mirror. Wait, it already has a mirror on the Z, so I think we just need to make a mirror on the Y. Oh, hang on, I have to get out of see-through mode because I don't actually see it. Okay, this is it. Technically we don't even need the Y. I mean the Z. Because this will be flash on the surface of the other thing. But what we need is I kinda need to raise this one. This line here. Except that vertex. And I guess don't need those vertices either. So just the inner ones. And kind of needs a thing in the middle, because this is kind of like symbolizing a bunch of flowers or leaves or whatever that you bundle together in the middle. This is why it is like going out like this, because this is like a branch of something. I don't really know the precise thing of it. Hang on, still have my chat GPT somewhere here. What is the motif on the pommel. Motif on the pommel appears to be a fleur-de-lis, stylized lily flower that has deep historical significance, commonly associated with French heraldry, symbol of nobility and purity, knighthood and chivalry. So it's a lily flower. I think I need to make the middle line sharp. And I do need to add something that cuts it in the middle. Well, not cuts, but holds it together. And I can just get this plane, shift D, duplicate it. Take this edge, extrude it. Kinda like there. And then we take these edges, not you. And we do an extrude on Z. There you go. Oopsie. Scale Z 0. Zero, I say, and then GZ 0. Hang on, I'm switching between keyboards. Wait, is that 0? Huh. Alright. That's alright. What I do is I do a loop cut in the middle, and I kind of getting these and moving them down by Z. Getting this one moving up by Z. Yeah, I think this is it. Might need to be a bit more scaled on the scale on the Y. Yeah. Looks like a sunset at this angle. Sunset? Really? Well, you need to have a very active imagination, but yeah. The color itself, if I hide this one, it is yellow, but it was not meant to be a sunset. It was meant to be a lily. I confirm. Kind of wanna sculpt it more as well a little bit to just make this a better thing. But the thing is, to make it a sculpt, I kinda need to get all the edges and close them off. Oh, okay. Alright, let me use this and then G. Oh, and I need to put it to G vertex. Vertex snapping. Bam. And that one to that. Okay. And now we do a select A, F3 merge by distance. And that should remove that extra thing from there. The only thing we don't have is basically this edge. And this needs to be covered too. Hang on, let me do this in another way. Technically, I should have done it here too, but I was too lazy. Yeah, these two should be joint. What the hell? Sorry. H is hiding vertices and J is joining them. And when I accidentally press J, which is next to the H, I occasionally hide the vertices that I want to work with. And then I have to select these edges and then make them sharp. Same with this. Mark sharp. The problem is this is mirrored, so I kind of, in order to move forward, I kind of need to apply the mirror. Right, mirror applied. And now I kind of need to merge these edges. Well, not merge, but connect. And I'm doing that by selecting the edge and pressing F to fill. Same with this. Selecting F to fill. Selecting F to fill. F to fill. F to fill. There you go, we have a 3D object. And just need to make these as sharp as well. And since we are no longer mirroring this side too. Yeah, this looks okay. Instead of plane, I say really low poly. Actually, it should be Lily as with a Y. Lily is a woman's name. I actually knew a Lily once. She was not a pleasant person. Right, so we have really low poly. I'm duplicating it, hiding the low poly, and then we will do a bit of a sculpting. This is not precisely needed, but I kind of wanted to add some sculpted because this will look like very small. So technically, what we have here is already good. But let's do a bit of just a light sculpting on it. Right, let me have that one. And then we are object mode, select, sculpt mode, remeshing it to 0.27. Eek. I can see the edges on it. I'm not sure we made it better. Hang on, let me try something that Blender really likes. Namely remeshing it to even lower. Like 0.12. This will be a better precision. Still a bit jagged though. Let's try 0. Not gonna go 0.1, but let's say 0. Give me one notch under this. .06. Okay, this is like really precise. Okay, I can work with this. Needs a bit of smoothing, as usually. I wanted to scope this because I think this Lily the Flare has a bit of an opening here, kind of like the leaves are opening up, that sort of things. But instead of doing that, let me do a mirror on X, I think. Is it? Yes, it is. And the top side is also kind of like opening up a bit. Not like this though, it looks like a bean. Hang on, let me find a better example of this. So we know what we are sculpting. Fleur de lis. Well, there are many examples of it. None of them is really the style we are going for. We are actually trying to get something close to this. Let me keep this on my other monitor and see if I can kind of make something similar. Actually, wait, there was a nudge and edge thing. I actually need to bring these parts a bit closer. And this part's a bit more in. This kind of needs to be indicating that it's a different object. And what they did is they kind of increase the crease and kind of cut something like this here. And this one, they kind of did the opposite. Instead of doing that, they kind of used, not shift, I think what, control to kind of carve into it instead of raising it. And on the top side, they kind of raised it a little. I used a bit of a scraping here. Kind of the stylized version of this. But I kind of need to cut off from that. Also a little bit from these things. Well, it's my rendition of it, at least. It kinda needs more thing here. Hang on. Can I add more? Or at least pull this out a bit. It looks a bit jagged in some places. Hey, bossman. Oh, no worries. You are not the one late. I am. I'm supposed to have been doing this like 2 days ago. Or to be more precise, last week. I am the one who is late. And I apologize. I was barely able to tear myself away from space engineers in recent days. And that's on me. Oh, I need the crease. I want a better crease on this. Yeah, it should be good. This will be anyway a very small motif in a very large sword. I'm deeming it okay. Not gonna spend way too much time on this. Model is looking good. You haven't seen the rest of it. And let me show you. Going out of layout, saving, because Blender has crashed on me today. This is the sword, and this is what we have so far. Hang on. We have... Let me move my mic out of the way so I actually see what we have. And pull my monitor closer. Right, so we have Low poly, low poly. We have a low poly sword handle pommel. Hang on, pommel 01 we don't need. Handle 01 we don't need. Guard 01, edge 01. So this will be the low poly version. Let me add some color to it too. And then we have a high poly version, which I was trying not to move that much. That will be pommel, high poly. I still need to scoop that a little bit. Handle high poly, guard high poly, and edge high poly. So the high poly edge has a boolean engraving in it. I'm not sure how this will look like when we will make the texture. I'm not 100% sure that it will. And the engraving was done by sculpting all around the guard. You can tell it's handmade. And it's kind of similar to the thing. So I had a slightly hard time actually. Move this, but I kind of managed to figure out that there's an angel on it blowing a trumpet, there's a stag and another sword, so I'm kind of trying to replicate that, and I was just mushy things around here to make the rest kind of look like clouds. I could probably spend like another few hours on it to make it better, but nah. The handle, I'm not sure, but I kind of need to put some hand painting into this afterwards. And I was working on the pommel, which will be the last step. Technically, I'm supposed to make the sheet as well, but I'm not 100% sure that I will make the sheet. At least not today. It wouldn't be too hard, but kind of feeling like this is getting a decent amount, even though it kind of looks like I'm only doing it for 3.5 hours. That's not too much, all things considered. Right, edge, high poly, guard, handle. I need the pommel. And I don't... well, do I need this? So for the high poly... yeah, we kinda need to make it a bit more precise, do we? Not much, but let's say I'm gonna subdivide this. You know what? Can I can't wait, hang on, there's a setting that I'm just not remembering. Oh, I can actually do it like this by selecting these inner edges. And with all things considered, this should actually be mirrored on the middle here. So before I do this, I will do that mirroring. Control R in the middle. Edges. X-ray mode. X delete all vertices, add modifier generate mirror on the Z, not on the X. Yeah, now I can select these little edges here. This will be the high poly pommel, so I kind of want to make... the question is, do I need to do it on these edges as well? You know what, I will try. It doesn't matter how high poly the high poly is, because we will not actually use this in a game. We just use this to make the details look good. Control B to bevel it. And I'm adding some subdivisions here. Something is messed up. Hang on. Control V. This is supposed to be it, and I'm not going through the edge, but there are some double things in this. Hang on. There are no double things in this. Why does it look so wonky then? Wait, what if I do this? Only on the inner ones first. Huh. I think it just looks weird because of the shading. Shade smooths by angle. Ah, yeah, because these ones here are made to be sharp, and we don't need them to be clear sharp. You know what? Control A, clear sharp, and then we will add what we want as a sharp. Mark sharp, mark sharp. Yeah, it still seems like that we having an issue here. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where there are some duplicate things in this. That's why it is not working the way I intended to. Yeah, let me see if I can do something else. Hang on. Instead of that, what I will do is I will delete this face. I will delete these faces. I will select this edge loop. If I can. Alright, Control A or A, clear, sharp. Just give me the edge. Fill it. Great. What happens if I do this? And now bevel it. Not my favorite, but I can work with this. I need to delete all of the parts here. Kinda goes inside. Wait, I'm an idiot. I didn't need to fill that in, do I? No, I don't. Right, so just get these. Bam, 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 bam. And now bevel. Ah yeah, no artifacts. Or at least there shouldn't be any. Dang it. this is still a mess. Oh no. Wait, can I X delete vertices? Yeah, it needs a bit of a cleanup. Blender doesn't work the way I want it to, but that is alright. I can probably clean this up in a few seconds. And then we will have a more detailed geometry to work with. Oh. You know what I need? I probably need X-ray mode, do I? Then I don't need to select 20 trillion times. Great. It only took half an hour, but we have a more precise thing, and I kinda need to make this sharp, and then this will also need to be made a sharp, and then I'm filling it, and then I'm extruding it down. Yeah, this is a more precise version of what we want. Inscription wise, the concept art has inscription on this that I couldn't decipher, so I have no idea what it is. ChatGPT said this one is Sigilum or hang on. Sigilum. Sigilum. But we don't know what this side is. Technically it needs to be looked at from this side. This is that says Sigilum. And this is the thing we have no idea what it is. It looks like militari. Sigillum militari. Which basically means military symbol, I guess. Hang on, let me ask ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT said it's supposed to be something called Sigillum Militare, which basically means military signet or signet of the soldier or something like that. Seal of the soldier. Militum, wait, hang on. Sigillum Militum. In some historical records, similar phrases like Sigillum Militum, seal of the soldiers, appear. So it's Sigillum Militum. Militum, yeah, it makes sense because this V shaped here, this V is basically the U. It is a sigillum, so you see the U in the sigillum is also look like a V. So it is Sigillum Militum. The thing is, how should we make it? Hang on. Yeah, I kind of know how to do this. Hang on. Let me get up here and we will add the text. We tab in, let's say Sigillum hang on, it needs to be a capital letters. Sigil. It's Sigil Vum. Milit Vum. These are the things. And it needs to be done in a kind of a font. Which is, hang on, it should be on my desktop, TTRPG sword. And I think this Berholm was the one, which was a bit more, hang on, King Arthur. This tree looks so eerily similar. This doesn't match that one though, so we specifically need something that is is a bit more medieval. Let me bring me back me font thing, and let's find something that is kind of similar. Like simple medieval. Olduk shade. All of these look shade. This kind of almost looks like this lily flowery thing. I keep it as an optional. But it kind of needs to be like a little bit readable. And like even if it's not fully. This one, GSL black letter. Nope, not readable enough. Need something with a bit more clarity. The problem is these are title fonts, so if I'm writing with capital letters, all of them will look like title font capital letter starters. Fancy fonts. Oh, this one. Biergarten. It almost looks like small letter thingy, but I'm looking for something similar, which is like readable, but better than this. Like a little bit better. Something that is still readable, but kind of look like carving. I'm scrolling fast because if I don't read it while scrolling fast. Puppeteer. Okay, this is kind of similar, I wanna say. Kind of looks like Roman, if I'm perfectly honest. Like Roman writing. Which is not too far from it. Let me look into Vendel. We already got. Do we have anything that says Rome? As in Roman Empire. Romario. Oh no, that's not the one. Well, nothing looks like Roman Empire, is it? It was kind of military. Oh no. Have prepared breakfast, bossman. That's the staple of starting a good day. Even I was eating something before I started this. Sanctuary. I'm looking for something like this, but it's not precisely like this. Empire. We do have this Empire font, which is like almost what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something like this, but a bit more ancient looking. Roman Empire. Okay. Sigilum. Empire crown. No. I know, this is part of the... This is the boring part of making a 3D model when you are researching something precise. I'm looking for this font specifically because this SPQR font is kind of the thing that I'm trying to achieve here. SPQR. Oh. Sigillum Militum, there you go. Kind of. Not exactly this font though. We'll see what we can do with this one. I'm kind of curious. True type font SPQR. And then font change from that. Hey, wait. I haven't actually unpacked this, do I? I think it can work, sort of. But, and that's a big but, kinda need to convert this to mesh and then individually select the letters, move them somewhere. Oh, hang on. G, Y. So I can actually position them. Oh, and all of them kind of needs to be a bit more smaller. Craving pizza for lunch, but there's no pizza places near. You can make pizza, it's super easy. Just need a little bit of flour, oil. It should be fairly close to it. Salt. That sort of things. Oh wow. I need to kind of make this a bit more. With a bit more character spacing. This will all make sense soon. This looks close enough, eh? Well, texturing it, this will not be particularly easy, but I think I can sort it out. If you put this together, they kind of look like what they're supposed to be from a top view. Right? Alright, let me kind of sort this out. Putting this out here, selecting all the letters. Edit mode. Select all, extrude down. Oh jeez, Louise. Okay. Saving Blender because I'm pretty sure that it will eventually die. This is too precise of a shape to be cut from anything. Alright, GY. Sinking it in there. Not entirely, it seems. But I ain't gonna do all that. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Okay. Saving. Double saving. Because this is the part I'm most afraid of. Alright, selecting the sigil. Does it still have its mirror? It does. Cool. Selecting the sigil. Adding a generate boolean with object of text 001. And it's thinking, it's thinking, it's thinking. It's thinking, it's thinking. Oh no. Oh, it is done. Alright. Let's apply this. That's the other big thing that can crash it. Please work, please work, please work. Please work, please work, please work. Okay, kinda. It did not work. Hang on, I need to wait for this to be reverted. Right, what happens if I hide the text? Right, so this is what it shows. Yeah, this is kind of what we want. We just want it for the others too. And I have no idea why is it not taking the L. It's exactly the same way, exactly the same thing. Yeah, it is kind of working. The question is, will it work? Oh, it did work on the other side too. Okay, it's kind of mirrored it, so it is not looking exactly how I want. It's a mirrored version, but you know what? If somebody is raising an issue with that, they can, you know, feel free to do this on their own. And I have this one, which is one object, and I have no idea how. Right, let me select the bottom part with X-ray, and we're deleting vertices. This is kind of what I want, but I wanna... You know what I want? I wanna scale it on the Y. And then GY sync it in. And we kinda need to do an opposite of this. Forgot you fixed the TV here. No pressure, but you are on a big screen today. Awesome. I got my 15 minutes of fame, as they say. Alright, I'm duplicating this one, Shift D. And then I'm rotating it on the Y. Rotating it on the Y by 180. And then I'm GY moving it down until I get the same shape here too. Kinda, this should be fine. Alright, so the Pommel High Poly is done. The only thing I need to do is I need to apply this modifier, and I need to make sure that this one and this one, Ctrl J, are the same object. Whoa! Right, so Pommel High Poly done. Let me assemble the high poly first and then the low poly first. Guard and edge. So high poly, Pommel, high poly handle, high poly guard, high poly blade. Yep. Now it's called Lily Low Poly 2 now. Let me put it over to the High Poly collection and we name it as Pommel. We already have a Pommel High Poly. I want to check what this one is. Hey, but what? What the heck is this one then? Oh, it is just the Lily. Oh, okay. But we don't need the Lily High Poly because we actually matched the duplicate of it inside the Pommel High Poly. Did we? Oh, jeez Louise, we didn't. Hang on. Lily High Poly and Pommel High Poly with High Poly selected last. Ctrl J to merge it into one Pommel High Poly with two sides of the Lily. Okay, we're getting there. Handle High Poly, guard High Poly, edge High Poly, Pommel High Poly. We have a complete high poly sword. I kinda need to move these to their own. No. New collection. Miscellaneous bullshit. We're gonna have the clear thing of this one. Alright, so high poly is done. I'm not rendering anything for the moment. And I should not see it either. Wait, this empty can also move to the miscellaneous. Lily low poly. Okay, that is probably not needed either. Yeah, this will not be needed. I will move it to the miscellaneous, as well as text 01. Light camera, that can also go to the miscellaneous. And here we will do a bit of a check of what is what on the low poly. I have an edge low poly, a guard low poly, and I have a guard low poly 001. So I guess the 001 can go to MISC. Handle also to MISC. So we have a handle low poly, a guard low poly, a pommel low poly, and a pommel low poly 001, which can go to MISC. And we have a full low poly. The thing I need to fix here is only this one. So it will not look wonky. Kinda looks like I'm a few millimeters off when it comes to precision. Hang on. I need to be absolutely super precise with this. The handle seems to be in the right place. Is it? Hang on. Yeah, I kinda need to... I kind of adjust this one. Pommel high poly, and I need to take the high poly pommel. So high poly pommel and low poly pommel, these two should move together, and I need to move them on the X just a very slight amount. Wow, look at that. That was almost precise. Right. Low poly parts done, high poly parts done. Everything is named, everything is good, everything is cool. I'm sorry, here comes the thinking, which I'm always having an issue with. I know that I need to assemble it at the end, but I'm kind of thinking if I should bake it as it is from the high poly or not. We will see. We'll bake it like this, and if the edges and the ambient occlusion where the parts of the object will look weird, then we can put it separately. What I'm talking about is I can kind of get the high poly edge, low poly edge to the side, high poly guard, low poly guard to the side, and then, you know, they are overlapping with their own high poly counterpart. That would actually make a cleaner bake. But I'm kind of curious if we can just bake it like this. Because if you bake it like this and they are inside each other, the edges here, they will look jagged a bit. So that's not particularly good. So if you want to do 100% precise work, you kind of need to move them out of each other, bake the texture, and then put them all together at the end. Ratio. Oh no, oh no, oh no, this is not good, not good at all. These two should not be a sharp edge. These without that, and these without that should be a sharp edge. And these should be a sharp edge. Wait, does it still have the mirror? It does still have the mirror, okay. Yeah, this will work. This will kind of work. Not exact, but this is something I'm happy to work with. And we will make a mark seam on that. That will cut it in half. And we kind of need to check at the guard. I mean, at here. Oh no, never mind. It's actually cutting through there because of the mirror. This will be good. Okay, so that is good. Let's look at the guard. I think I kind of make this seam. How should we do this? Hang on. No, we don't need that as a seam. I mean a seam. We need this one to be a seam. I think. And this, I think since it is mirrored, I'm kind of tempted to UV it and after that apply the mirror. Let's see what happens then. I might be messing this up, but because if you unwrap this one, this will create a UV of this, which is significantly slimmer than what we need. And let me take another look at this, because this can be done in like one swoop. So this edge, what the heck is this edge? Oh, it is there. Interesting. What are these? You know what? This is okay. I'm okay with this. I don't need to make anything better than this. This is good. This is acceptable, I hope. Guard off. Handle. Without the pommel, of course. This one, I think we can kind of remove this as a sharp. And remove this as a sharp. Actually, we should remove all of them as a sharp. Here, sharp. Yeah, this needs to be fairly smooth, I guess. And it doesn't matter where we cut it. I can cut it, mark here, mark a seam. And I don't even need these specifically, so we can kind of make it as a tube. That would make things a bit easier. X faces, X faces. And this should make just a very tiny UV island. Because both of these ends are inside either the guard or the pommel, so they will not be visible anyway. You can delete those. And pommel. Yeah, we can kind of make a mark a seam out of this. Mark a seam. Huh. I can technically do this. Hang on, mark seam. But I'm thinking about I kind of lost something here. This should have been scale on Z. Yeah, I moved this in a bit. That also means I need to double check the handle. Yeah. The back end of the handle needs to be a bit. Scaled on the Y. Yeah, let me pull this back, and then we kinda need to scale this on the Y a bit further up, a little bit, and then select this, that. Oh no, what did I do? I only need to select this edge. And then a scale on the Z. There you go. Yeah, this should be acceptable. And we kind of need to UV it all into one place. The only thing I need to do is I need to remove all the materials from it first. Otherwise it will create material slots for each and every one of these after when I'm trying to do the thing. Yeah, selecting all parts. Tabbing into edit mode, selecting all. Right, I saw something here. Ah, this should be good. Selecting all, U and UV unwrap. Oh, one thing I did not do. I'm tabbing out, right click and object apply all transitions. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Kind of an issue. Hang on, let me enable these again. I kind of need to select all parts and move them GX roughly in the middle. GX. I want it to be fancy with the handle, but if I apply a transition to this one, oh, okay. Wait, hang on. If I apply the mirror, Yeah, I don't want to have that one. So let me apply the mirror. At least the horizontal one. And that's the one with the X. I need to be out in this object mode. Not first, result may not be as expected, okay. Oh, that's alright. We get a bit of a bigger thing out of this. What will be the UV if I'm UVing this one now? Just out of curiosity. Slightly bigger, more acceptable. Except this part. But we can sort that. That's alright. Alright. Then go out, select all. Object, apply. All transitions. Okay, all is good. Then tab into edit mode, select all, UV unwrap. Kind of, but not exactly. I give it a bit more margin, like 0.2. And wait, the sort is also showing as having a mirror in it. I probably should apply that do because the inscription will only appear in one side. So I kinda need to apply all mirror and then select all again and then tab, select all, unwrap. Right, so because we need like inscription on one side of the edge, we need to UV both edges. What the heck is this one? View frame selected. What? What the heck is this? It's this edge? Interesting. I have like a double geometry just on this small edge. Let me check it. Oh shit, I know why. Because when we created this edge, we were basically not doing the precision that we need. Oh boy, this needs a bit of a do or die. Give me a second. Wait, can I do something like F3 merge by distance? Oh, and it removed 12 vertices, okay. That is precisely what I wanted. Okay, all, selecting all, tab, select all, UV unwrap. Okay, that weird geometry have been gone, and it should be good. The only thing that we are not good with is island distribution. Let me kind of do one thing. I need to make this bigger. Kinda. This is an important piece, so it needs to be bigger than the others, just a little bit. I know we're not using the checker mark thing, but let me do something like at that one. Rotate by 45, scale up. This is a bit bigger than what we need, but let's say kind of trying to just roughly get the shape for it. Looking and moving the UVs, and I need to get it in the island mode. Actually, from texture perspective, I might be doing the wrong thing. Hang on, let me put this back in where it was. I read something about this before, that they kind of need to be aligning with the like X and Y. Because if you like rotate them, they kind of can get a bit strange with the texture. This is basically about making a better edge when you are baking the texture. This one doesn't need to be big, but this one might need to be a bit bigger. The handle is a bit bigger than what it needs to be. Actually, the sword would need to be bigger, but there's no way for me to make it bigger without messing up the actual edge. How to explain it? So basically, if you have the UV straight at the edge of it, then when you are making the pixel, and I mean the texture pixel, it will align precisely with the pixel. But if you rotate it and make the texture, you will have like half a pixel covered or quarter of a pixel covered, and then it will look like jagged edge on the edge of the texture. While you are keeping it like straight like this, it will actually look like a straight edge. Alright, I guess this is it. Let me get to layout. Let me double check something which I usually forget. Face orientation. No, all is good. First thing that ever happened to me, the first time ever happened to me making something, checking it at the end, and the face orientation is good. Alright, so this is good. This is good. I'm exporting one up as FBX with FBX default, and we are making the sort low poly. I don't precisely need these, but I'm adding them. Just to mesh selected objects, smoothing on edge, I guess. And then export. And then hiding this, enable that. All should be good. Let me double check if I need to apply transforms. Probably don't, but that's okay. File export FBX default, and this will be the high poly. And that is good. That was the Blender part. Let's check out the Substance Painter if we can add some better textures to it. Again, it's loading in. File, new project. Selecting desktop TTRPG sword, low poly. I don't need to change anything there. Okay. Okay, this is okay-ish. Let's bake some mesh maps. Selecting high poly. Thinking about it. Okay, it should be good. Instead of default material, let's make it TTRPG sword. And well, it probably shouldn't be 1080p. We try to make it like at least, I'm gonna say 2K, but you might regret that decision. World position, wherever I see secondary rays, I'm pulling it up to the max. There you go. And then, bam, bake. Okay. Okay, this is not too good. Well, the handle, the guard bake was actually not that bad. These ones though, that need precision, will probably not show up perfectly because and this handle is actually cutting in here. And it is actually, you see here that the texture for it is actually cutting into the, it is baking the texture of the handle over the, you can actually see it better here. The texture of the handle is baking into the texture of the pommel. Also, I'm not precisely sure what this is, this gray area there. Let me mess around with this a bit. Make mode, and instead of having that, let's make it a bit less of a frontal distance. You might need to simplify the low poly for this because the inscription there is not loading over. But let's see if I make it a bit less. Well, that did not make the inscription any better. What if I increase it a bit? Kind of curious. This will make a horrible bake, I'm sure. Dilation with, let me pull that one down, see what that will do. And you kind of need to make this middle section absolutely flat, otherwise this inscription will not bake over. But once I have the texture, I kind of can make it better. See? And I need to fix this part here. Technically, if I take this down to the minimum, This one should kind of remove that, but it doesn't. I see it already. It is over baking. It did not resolve the issue there, but at least it made a mess out of here and didn't copy over the details either. Yeah, I did not manage to resolve that issue here, and I have no idea what that is precisely. But let me do a double check on this. Plus, this is what I was talking about. So when two objects meet, it is trying to bake over one object over the other. So we kind of need to do a bit of a disassembly. Right, disassembly part. Edge high poly, edge low poly. U2 silver plate. GX here. Guard high poly, guard low poly. GX there. Handle low poly, handle high poly. GX there. And then I kind of need to make sure that the low poly of this, which means I need to take the high poly edge out. This one here. This one here, actually, this edge, precisely that edge, is dissolved. Because that will make it a straight thing, so the text will actually go there significantly better. Let's see if just exporting this low poly as it is and high poly as it is. Hang on, let me see something. So layout, not in that, object, apply, all transforms, okay. And then file, export, FBX, low poly, and FBX default. Okay, and then edge high poly to low poly, object apply, all transforms, file, export, FBX, FBX default, high poly, export. And now edit, re-import mesh. Okay. And then make mode bake mesh maps. Select high poly, 2K. This probably should have been put back to default, which I kind of forget how to do. But let's bake one like this and we will see how that will work. Oh, look at that! Inscription fully baked over. No weird issues all around. What I wanted to check is this one. There's a bit of a redness there, and I think that redness is an issue. That's why the bake will look like that. I kinda need to compare the high poly and low poly version in Blender for this one to resolve this red. Because technically this is like not as bad as it could be, but you know. Yeah. There are some parts on this that we can further improve. But yeah, I don't want to spend the entire evening here. Yeah, but let's see how that would work with just this. I'm curious. Materials. Where are my smart materials? All libraries. Oh, there it is, smart materials. That's what I was missing. 3DX 3.1, 2.3.1. I'm deleting that layer because we don't need that. We will add a black mask to this. And we will white mask out the blade. And that is polygon fill, object fill, and sword. Yeah, that is it. And now we are only painting the sword. Instead of let's use metallics. Yeah, this is kind of acceptable. There would be other things here that we could do, but okay. This is kind of okay. We could make the edge a bit more edgy. Like a bit more shiny metal, but I don't really wanna do too much with that. Let me look into this metal properties though. Let's see if we can kind of make it a bit of a darker metal. And this is looking like a bit more steely. Hang on, let me make a kind of a guide on myself here. Right, so the next one will be the handle, which we actually need to... Well, let me see if we need to do what I wanted to do with it. I was thinking about the edge of this to be painted gold, because the thing has these gold stripes on the handle of it. But we might not need to do that. Alright, pulling in another material. And this will be leather, but like a black leather almost. Instead of that, let me make it like a black leather. Yeah, and instead of a light brown, let's make it a yellow gold. Well, a bit more goldish. Yeah, roughly this. Kinda, let me see if we can fiddle around with the edge properties. Edge intensity. Yeah, this is roughly what the concept art shows. Right? Maybe a bit darker on the leather. like complete blackish. This even almost looks like leather in itself. So I don't really need to do much with this, except, of course, applying a black mask and then going to polygon fill and selecting the handle. So we only deal with the handle. Right, yo. And we kinda need the same for this one. Not that one, polygon filled. The only exception is that this is like a bit more metallic. I think, or at least it's supposed to be. And this golden thing here is actually it's black in this one, so we kind of need to paint the texture a bit more with a bit more goldish. Technically this is called Substance Painter. If I would know how to do it, then we could perhaps do it, but I don't. You can actually I think add something like a paint layer, I don't know. I never really did this. And then you can like reduce the size and just paint gold over it or whatever, if that would work, but I don't really know how to do it, so we kinda need to not do it and do it manually afterwards. I never actually painted in Substance Painter, but yeah, that's something that we can kind of sort out later. We do need to make this some sort of a brassy color here. Let me take that head on. Another stylized material on top of the others. Adding a black mask, polygon fill with this. And instead of that, we will use extra curvy metal. And the metal should be goldish or brass-ish. Yeah, this is actually fairly close to it immediately. Might be a bit more edgy. But in terms of color, I think this is the thing. Let me see if let me get in here a bit more. The edge of this, that is the edge color, and we kind of need it a bit more darker. And this one, can we get it a bit darker? Yeah, this is the one. My handiwork in the sculpting department could be used, but I also put this Easter egg here. I'm not sure if anybody will ever notice. That's actually a bull head, not a stag head. If anybody asks, that's a stag head, but I think it's more like a bull. So that's basically all the parts for the sword. It needs a bit of a background work. Especially the base color on this. Let me try and make this a bit more metallic, because this is not looking good as it is. And this one was this, so let me duplicate this. Duplicate layer. Clear mask. Polygon fill. Get this. And then we can add a bit more metallic to it. Wait, what if I precisely put metallic in it? No. That's probably not it, but let me try. Instead of that, we should go with black. Almost pitch black. Kind of pitch black. And for edges, we can do gold and orange. At least we should be able to. Yeah, even with 2K texture, this is kind of looking a bit weirdish. And I cannot really make the precise edges here. So the thing that we can make is we can kind of take this texture later on in a texturing program and kind of paint a bit of a gold over the letters and this one. That means also that instead of this ugly ass orange edge, let me put something like a not like a subtle thing there. If I could put it like this, that would be like a silver edge at the edge of this pommel. Let me see if I can. Does it have extra curvature? Edge damage. Okay. That kind of makes it actually better. From a certain point of view, it is not that bad, but yeah, I can totally see why there are some issues with it. And this is with the most precision that we can make in a 2K texture. Technically, this is like from a distance. I'm pretty sure it's like quite okay. All right. I'm okay with this, but just to be sure, let me save this not as a LARP sword, but as a TTRPG sword. We might need to come back later to modify this texture set, but for the moment, let me export it. Export textures. TTRPG sword, we will make it a desktop TTRPG sword texture. And we'll make two sets of textures just to be extra precise. One will be for Unreal Engine, and the other one will be normal textures, because the Unreal Engine one will be a packed texture set. Unreal Engine 4 packed output template. Now let's make it 16-bit PNG, a 2K texture, and bam, do it. Nice. And then we can make another one which is just normal document channels, normal plus AO, no alpha. And the location for that will be in the normal. Boop. This will create more textures for us, but that should be okay. Let me take a look. Right, textures, Unreal Engine. Yeah, this created only 3 textures for us. One is the base color, which is kind of okay like this. And this is the part where we kind of need to paint in some gold later on. I'm not really sure how to. I probably do it in Blender actually, because that's where I know how to paint. Strangely. And this is a mixed texture, so every channel in this texture is a different thing. One of them is roughness, the other is metallic, other is ambient occlusion. And when we put it in Unreal Engine, we kind of need to wire it up in that way too. Let's check one thing since we are here. Let me get back into the blender. Hiding the high poly. And go into shading. And then I say add. Technically this should be one thing, but let me make that happen. The layout X. We don't need them in the precise position anymore, I think. But just to be on the safe side, I will duplicate this collection and I hide the duplicates. And then this one I can do whatever I want with. And whatever I want with is GX roughly there. GX roughly there. And then GX roughly here. And we will select all with the handle last and Ctrl G make it one object. This will now move together as we want to. Now I can go to shading and I only need to add one texture to this. And that will be texture, image texture. And this is why I wanted to actually have this separately, because... Hang on, let me duplicate this. New, not new. Open. Texture normal. This one will be the base color. Add a mix node into this. Actually I need mix color. And the base color will be the color A. The ambient occlusion. Roughness. Is this it? Height. Metallic. Mixed AO. Yeah, mixed AO. We are mixing the ambient occlusion into the other one. Hang on. One of these things. Do I need to change this? Hang on, instead of mix, hang on, that's the one. Instead of mix, it needs to be... I think multiply? Yeah, that's it. If you look at it closely, mixing the ambient occlusion will actually make darker parts of it a bit more dark. And that's what we want. I make a shift D duplicate of this. And we get, is this the metallic? Metallic to metallic. Now the metallic part should look metallic. And we make another one. This will be the normal map, the OpenGL version, and we will need to make it into a normal map node. Yeah, and the normal map node should go into wherever the normal is. Kinda, that is right. Dungeon space. There's a way to kind of change the strength. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I should put this into color, not strength. And then we can change the strength. Right, we can change the normal strength. Okay. Let's make it like a bit. Oh no, this is shiny on the handle. That we don't want. Shift T. And then what is this? Mixed AO roughness. That's the one. I plug it into roughness. Hang on, this is not precisely what we want. Now everything is shiny. And I kinda need the opposite of this. Add. Nah, I kinda need to change this one, this roughness thing. No alpha. Then when I choose that one, this line started to appear. Hang on. Color space. Non-color. Yeah, but this is still not working. Hang on. I think it's you kind of need to invert it, but I really have no idea how to do it. Input. Yeah, what? Not that one. I don't actually thinking about not adding this and just straight up saying that it is not rough at all. Still showing it as shiny for some reason. Oh, okay. Hang on. We're kind of missing this. This one here, we forgot to apply the mirror on this. Apply, no, add, generate mirror. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. We need to select this, be separate from selection, and then apply generate mirror on the Z, and then apply, and now merging it back to the thing. I really don't want this to be shiny, but if you go above a certain level, it starts to become shiny. light. Aziz lights. Scale it up. Adding more. Making it a bit colorful. And this is in EV. Let's see if we can check it in cycles. It is not looking too impressive, if I'm perfectly honest. The blender and there was not particularly good. Plus we need to adjust the texture still for the golden things here. From a certain distance it might be acceptable, but... Alright, let me just quickly check how this would look in Unreal Engine, because that is using a different method to display textures. And I'm quite curious. The only thing that I don't know is that I think this will be way bigger in Unreal Engine. So let me actually, hang on. We put this one here roughly. And then Shift S, cursor to world origin, and then object origin, set origin to 3D cursor. That will put the origin point of the sword in the handle. And we kinda need to make it smaller. I don't wanna lie, but I think these are 1 meter squares here. So this will be like a bit more than 1 meter one-handed sword. Well, kinda wanna make it like a bit bigger as it is. And one thing I wanted to check, the edge of this needs to be sharp. The rest of it should be fine. Okay. Object, apply all transforms. File, export, FBX. Final. Operator presets FBX default. Well, it's not insane. This is not insane work. This is just some practice. People can make significantly better things. And let's check the Unreal Engine thing. It's loading. It's just loading off screen. Give it a moment. I have no idea. I think this foliage was the one that I last checked. Hang on. Right. No. Alright, so this was the last time that we were having this. And I had this sword that we made. And the character was holding it in its hand. And it was moving with the hand and not with the crotch. Sorry for the flowers, this was not meant to be a sword tester, but we can make it a sword tester. LARP sword content, new folder, TTRPG sword. And let me pull in what we need. We need the Unreal Engine textures. And we need the TTRPG Sword FBX Final. And we need to update it as a normal one, and I think we need to add it as a skeletal mesh as well. It already created a material for it, but we don't need that. Right, so we have a normal mesh and the skeletal mesh, and I think the skeletal mesh is the one that we need to add it to the player character's hand. But let me set this material first. Base color, ting, all of them in here. Base color to base color. This one we don't need. Normal map to normal. That we don't need. And this is the rest of it, hopefully. And it says ambient occlusion, roughness, metallic. So ambient occlusion, roughness, and metallic. Apply, save, close. Ah, look at that, it's by default the right size. Kinda. We are not in there yet to... Let me actually make this a bit bigger just so we can take a look at it. And let's take a look. Yeah, it's still a bit big compared to the character. But it's something that we can change on. Plus we need to add a bit more things. The edge looks a bit strange. Plus the red parts are not there yet. I have not forgotten about those. Well, technically I did, but I remember now. Hang on, let me get out of this. Then third person character blueprints. Going to viewport. Selecting hand. Hand, I need to find the hand socket. Mesh, skeletal mesh. And right. Hand. Right. This one should have a socket. Which I might not know. Wait, there, right hand socket. That's the thing. That's where we need to add the skeletal mesh, if I ever figure it out how. Might not even be here. I know that we need the right hand socket. And we need to place something in the socket. And I think we need to put it here. Oh yeah, it's here. Skeletal mesh socket. Mesh asset, skeletal mesh asset. And I need to put the TTRPG sword there instead. Wait. TTRPG socket. Hang on, something funky is happening. Okay, I need to look into our characters. If I ever figure out. Probably need to move the player start a bit. Right here. Kind of looking at these, that will be our thing. And give me a second, I'm still trying to figure out. Oh, here it is, skeletal mesh. And this is the one we need to make from large sword to TTRPG sword. Oh no, here's a toothpick. Because technically we had to scale down the larp sword, and that is basically the socket in your hand. If you make all the swords the same size, you don't need to size between them, I guess. Hang on, I don't need to resize this though. Not the guy. The skeletal mesh. This looks roughly fine. Maybe a slight bit smaller. I do need to walk with this thing. Yeah, and then we can push it a bit back as well. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did I do? And there's a way actually to stop the animation so I can precisely put it where I want it to. And then you kind of need to make the animation in a way that it's actually grabbing something. You know what, I'm okay with this. Compile, save, and then start. And now we are holding the knight sword. We can do shit with it though, because I have not added any animations for attacking. And the only thing left to do with this one is basically to work on the texture a bit more, because most of it is there, but the golden trim around the lily is black and the letters are black. And to be honest, I find that yellow a bit too bright yellow for my taste. So I need to get back to that one and fix that too. For the moment I'm putting this one down. Let's first get in here. So this looks actually pretty good here, but when you look at it in Unreal Engine, it is looking horrendously bright. So I'm kind of making this metal base parameter. Instead of that, make it a bit darker and maybe a bit closer to orange. Yeah, that is kind of a thing. Yeah, we should be good like that. And I swear one day I will learn how to paint in Painter. Because then it would be significantly easier to just paint it in here. But not today. Export texture. We just use the Unreal Engine one for the moment. Unreal Engine 4 packed PNG 16-bit 2K. Pam pam pam. And it is done. And the only thing we need to work on that is, let me get back to Blender. Texture paint. Let me import in, not the roughness. Oh, it's actually here. Hang on. Opening. Not that, but the Unreal Engine base texture, this one. And we can kind of overpaint this and save, and then it will work. It will work nicely. I hope. Oh no. I'm sitting up. And then... I think it's Shift S now. Control F, Shift S. I'm not sure we are actually using this to paint on. Why is it still not? Oh, it is not the updated version, because Blender actually helped with this to make this a bit better in the latest version 4.4 of Blender, which I will probably do at one point. Until then, I just have to figure out how to actually paint on this. Oh no, hang on, I actually deleted this once. And what I need to do is change this one to Unreal Engine base. This should be a bit darker too, yes. And then if I go to texture paint, I'm still not doing shite. Hang on. Absolutely. This is the only thing I know, and I hate it with the passion of 1,000 suns. It used to work, but there's a very precise way to do it. Oh, now it works. Dang it, I don't know how though. Hang on. I do need to get our color to be... Oh. It works, but it works with the mouse, not my painting tool thing. It's not working with my pen. With all indications, this should work. It is not actually working. Oh, wait, hang on. Something worked. I don't know what that line is in the middle of my thing, but I think it is some bullshit stroke effect. Stabilize. Okay, now it is working, okay. Alright. So it's a bit of a handover painting on the texture. And I can't draw, so don't judge. Technically, we spent half an hour on that lily, and I'm not even using it. I'm using it as a guide. That's alright. Okay, this is kind of the base of it. And what I need is, I need to layer this a bit more in here. Brighter colors on the outside. And darker where I need them. And this is where the Blender painting actually comes fairly easy. Give me a second. I will show you. There are multiple ways to do this. And I can just, with the same color, I change it from... hang on, where the heck are you? color palette? No. There's supposed to be a blending mode here somewhere. Oh yeah, right now it's mix. But if I change it to multiply, that will actually using the same color to actually make things darker. Kinda can add a bit more of that there. And if I'm using it instead of multiply to green, that will actually make things a bit lighter in the same color. So this is how you kind of make a kind of a 3D effect when hand painting. Just screen and multiply. And the outer edge of it I will put screen. That will create a highlight. And in the middle of the things I will add multiply, which should make it darker. And if you take this down a bit even smaller and add a bit more strength to the tool, you can create like very bright highlights. At least it's supposed to. I think my brush is too small, but yeah. Technically, you're supposed to have something in one of the panels that would show you the end result in 3D. I was just too lazy to set it up. And then I switch back to multiply. And I kind of add a bit more dark to the areas where things are meeting. It's a bit too orangey to my taste. I kind of wish to have it having been a different color, but I'm not complaining too much. This is still acceptable-ish. And you can always go to mix and just manually darken it and overwrite whatever you have in that. And with this I can probably go back to a bit of a multiply. That would actually make even more darker of the same color. It looks a bit rough, but if you look at it from a distance, this will look in a fairly small manner, so it should be good. Yeah, it should be good. Let me try adding a bit of this orangey thing. Oh no, not that one, but mix. In the lettering, this is how it's supposed to be. Maybe we should go with a bit brighter. Doesn't need to be precise, this is just a bit of a... Yeah, I forgot that we have two of these. Dang it. And occasionally I need to save this image because this asshole of a program is not actually saving your texture. It doesn't look the same, but it's alright. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had to figure out what was the... They changed the screen. It was previously just simple S to pick up a color, and it was significantly faster to paint with that. Paint, not paint. Blender, color, picker, shortcut. Shift X. Whoever decided on that should be burnt. Shift X. Kinda. I kinda wanted to add a bit more finesse since we are here to this. Just a bit of a highlight. Could probably add some immersion, hopefully. Or ruin an otherwise good texture, we never know. This part we kinda need to still fix. And I have a different plan for that. I just wanted to take a look at this one just a bit, because this is supposed to be highlights. Oh. Oh no. Thanks for noticing that I was doing something, Blender. This is supposed to be like golden inlays in the handle, so I add a bit more yellow to this too. Whenever Blender is pleased with it. Oh, come on, do it, Blender. kind of having a hiccup. Yeah. Come on, Blender, notice it. Damn. The more I use Blender, the shittier it gets. I need to check if the new drawing tools they added were actually solving some of these issues. Alright, that's good, that is good. That is good. I added some highlights here. That should be good. The only thing it is missing is this heraldry thing in the middle of it. But that I will do in somewhere else. Save. Image saved. Okay, let's do another epic thing. We were doing it here, and you kind of need to get these few pixels here. There is no better version of this, just these few pixels. So kinda need to remake it, but I'm also a bit lazy. So let's see if we can kinda just go to pixel mode, select around it. Oops. And then Alt select whatever we don't need. Okay, I need to add all the red in here. Oops. Okay. And then rasterize and trim. Okay, and then I make an asset out of it. And then we go. Technically, I can spend another hour remaking this in vector graphics. That would actually make it better, but 6 hours in. This is roughly where we finished with the last one. So let me do the cheap solution and just copy over the reference material that we received. File open. And I need to open a file from mid desktop, TTRPG sort, texture, Unreal Engine, this one, okay. And basically what we need to do is just pull this one in. Bam, there you go. Kind of blend it over somehow. Oh no, I'm out of drinks. Oh wait, no, I have another one here. All is good. Life is saved. Alright. Let's get into texture mode. And wait, I can actually use these things. Gaussian blur. I can blur it out a little bit. Just a 2 pixel blur would help on it automatically. Then I can go back to texture mode. And I can kinda use a pen. Can I use a pen? Where is my color picker in this application? Paint brush tool. Opacity, let's say 19%, brush size, kinda like that. And there is my color picker up here. And I can kinda paint this a bit. I also have something like a smudge tool. Smudge brush tool. So it will not be that ugly dark. Almost looks like it was made for this texture. A bit dark, but I think it should be acceptable. Not the precision I wanted, but you know, it would only be better if I could actually recreate it in vector graphics, and then we could make it like a fairly high quality. Save flattened. Alright, so that we saved. Now get back to Unreal Engine. And get to the TTRPG sort, and this texture we should re-import. Bam! And lo and behold, now we have the red thingy in the middle a bit darker metallic thing. And hang on, I need to get my camera down a bit. 0.1, that will work. Yeah, because this one also shows a bit of a metallic, I mean gold in it. Okay, I'm kind of okay with it. The lily is gold. The inlay is almost looking gold, but a bit dirty, as you would expect. This is looking like a bit too clean on the guard. But yeah, you can even get the lettering if you really want to. Ambition, honor, the lady parts. Everything is here. The edge kind of looks a bit strange-ish. And I would say the handle is a bit lighter. The handle also needs to be like dark black. Kinda. These are just like precision additions. Let me kinda do that though. That precision addition. Because this one, it kinda looks like brownish. But can we do something like picking up this color and then using, well, not smudge, but I kind of want to make parts of it darker. I will know eventually. Hang on. Brush burn tool. That looks exciting. Let me put the width up. Let's see if we can just kind of make this a bit darker. Overall. Hardness, okay, a bit. Opacity 25, let's increase that too. It kind of looks like working, isn't it? Or isn't? Opacity 100. Hardness. Hang on, I did want it to burn. Doesn't look like I'm burning shit. This one here ever got significantly dark. Oh jeez Louise. I kinda know what I did. I'm painting on the wrong layer in this. I'm supposed to select this and then burn. It's actually burning the entire thing. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 oh no. Hardness 0, opacity 50, brush size not as big. And now I can select this. No, the other one. Should be able to burn. And it doesn't feel like it is doing the thing that I want it to. Alright, now it is actually getting it better. Okay. A bit closer to the dark black with gold overlays that I was planning. Because the concept art is actually almost fully black, so I don't want to have it in a light brownish texture. we'll have it very, very dark. And then we will go back here with a bit of a paint. Jet. Some strikes we will paint with gold just to see. Okay, this is kind of it. I will save as flattened. And then when I go back here, I do a re-import. It's kind of darker. I'm not gonna say it is really, but that's a bit closer to what we wanted. Still looks brown. Hang on, is this the right one? Hang on, what the heck was this? TTRPG Sword base color in OneDrive desktop sword textures Unreal Engine LP TTRPG base sword color PNG. Yeah, it is the same. It kind of looks the same though. Even with all the darkening and all the jazz, it's still looking a bit lighter than what I expected. The thing could be a bit more higher quality, but as I said, it's kind of whatever the heck you have time for. I'm even happy that I have this one, and I kind of need to get some sword running animations. It actually shows in my hand with the updated texture and size and everything. Charge. Well, alright. This is more or less kind of what I wanted to do. Eventually I want to have, instead of this hyacinth field, I kind of want to have something which is where we can showcase weapons and also store them, show them in bigger details, take a look and all that. But yeah, I think this is a good point to stop. We have not made it made the scabbard for it, but that would have been an hour, and I kind of don't wanna spend an extra hour on this, at least today. If you folks really wanna see the scabbard making, it is just it's basically a cylinder with a bit of a sculpting, and that's it. But at the moment we don't have any place to put this, even the animation is not precise. So I'm just, you know, kind of winging it. Come back next week, and next week we will do a science fiction warship, battleship, carrier thingy. So it will be a sci-fi ship that we will try to model, not just medieval swords and weapons. Wait, I can actually jump on these because they have collision. Not the skeletal mesh, I think. But these ones do. I can actually jump on this sword. There you go. I'm sword surfing with the sword. And if I would have put the normal one here, like this, this would have a collision. So we could... Oh no, it doesn't have a collision. Never mind then. I think something funky is coming when we are importing a skeletal mesh. I don't know anything about it. I just know that in order to add it to the character's hand, I had to import it as a skeletal mesh, but I don't really know why. So yeah, bossman, that's up to you to actually figure out. But yeah, this was kind of all the sword making that I was planning for today. I'm kind of okay with it. There are parts that I could have worked on more, but overall this is... I would call it acceptable. And I'm not a real Blender artist, but this is why we are here. We are kind of trying to get better by doing some exercises every week. And maybe one week we will be a bit more ahead than what we have been expecting. But yeah, I'm kind of closing shop for today. Give this one a thumbs up if you liked it, and subscribe if you haven't already. I figured it out in the last episode that it's shift right click to move the sun around so you can see the shiny things in a different light. I think it's neat. But yeah, I'm closing shop for this one for today. Thanks everyone who tuned in. Bossman and Serenity, I guess that's two of you. And see you folks in the next one. Bye bye!